Okay, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. I thought I would go live a little early since I did not stream on my channel yesterday. So, um, we're going to go back to our Kishmir rug for today. I'm waiting on a couple of things for the commission rug. And remember, we talked about that I may want to change out this gold. And so here is the gold that we're using. And because this gold is going to go all the way around the rug, I'm not going to probably have enough. So I'm thinking about going with this gold that has some grays. It kind of has some reds in it. It's really pretty. Very, very pretty. So I thought, let's try it down here on this end. See what we think. And then we can go from there. So also when we did the other end, we couldn't tell when we were doing it. We only did gold up to here, and really, see, this end is much clearer. Where's my? Really, this should be gold. This should be gold, and all of this should be gold. Right? So, so what we may do is redo those other ones to match this, because then it will match what is going to happen on the edges. So I have set up where you can see in the left hand corner my cutter. And now you can watch me actually do the cutting. And these are really long strips, so we won't have to change quite so fast. So let's see what this looks like. This is the old. We'll try this and see what we think down here on this end. And I can zoom in if we need to. I think y'all can see the whole screen. I'm going to see if I can flip this and if it will stay, and it's not going to. Let's see if I can do that. Nope. Come on, just work with me for a minute, will ya? Just for a little bit, so I don't have to fight you. All right. So let's see what we think of this. I'm trying to think, do I want to outline it? I don't really have a lot of room. Well, let's play with it and see. That's the other reason for starting early, right? Well, that didn't go as far as I thought it would. But I think I am going to like this gold better. Let's see what we think. Okay. Oops. I need to go here. And then here. And then here. And come around. Oh, and I'm going to do one more thing. I knew I had that remote for a reason. Okay, there it is. electricity shocking me today. Hold on just 1 minute. I'm trying to find. Here's my remote for my Zoom. Okay. Sometimes I move everything for the weekend because I do a different thing, right? And then I can't find what I'm looking for. Give me just a second. We've got the heat back on because we're in the 40s again. Just cannot make up its mind. Okay. All right. Well, you're good. Okay. Does that work? All right. Here we go. Twisted it. I twisted it. All right. Hello. You've had treats, you've had breakfast. There is nothing you could want, I'm sure. Except to walk across everything. If y'all look in the small mirror there, the small camera, there he is. And there he goes. Nope. I know, but can you? Oh, that's a good boy. That is such a good boy. We're gonna lay down. cut these that I went really high on to get that point. When we fill in between, we'll see that. Can't tell it right now. It looks like a big blob, doesn't it? Big blob. I don't know. What do y'all think? All right. Let me grab her. Okay. So, where's my phone? I can show us on my phone. Because I took a picture this morning. Let me send the picture I took this morning. Let me send that to myself. And let's put it on here. Oh, I gotta go here first. Hold on. I'm getting so techie, y'all. It's just scary. Just scary. Alright. I am actually going to take this one and I am only going to get us the area that we're looking at. Yeah. Well, I brag on myself and then it doesn't work. Okay. That's what I get for getting cocky, huh? Okay. So let's do this. And let's move this here. I'm just going to make these big for a little bit. Okay. So, here's the difference. Well, the gold's different. This is a much brighter gold, which I do like better. I think it's going to pop better against that dark blue and those greens. So I'm happy with that. What I'm wondering is, I kind of fudged. It really should be the pot. So if we look at this one, it's supposed to go here, and then it's supposed to have a little knob, and then it's supposed to have this, and then it's supposed to be the plant up here. But I took the plant to here on the other end and started the pot just right here. Oh, were y'all hearing me twice? I bet you are, because I'm hearing me twice. Nobody says anything. Y'all, why are you not telling me these things? Okay. So I'm thinking I take these pots back down. Because when we go to these over here, they're going to be just around the doohickey. They're not going to be big. So see, this really should have been the pot, but I made that part of the stem on the other end. And I think I like that better. I think it's too bulky here. It's just too bleh. Alright, well, that's what I'm going to do. So now, I'm going to have to take out the way I did it, oops, did that just fall on the ground? Oh, because I cut that one. Okay, so, hold on. So where are we? I've got a big blob here. Alright, let me figure out where we are. Okay. So we're going to go high there. We're just going to go high right here. And then we'll come in and go high here with those two. And then let's just fill in the center. Okay, quit. Why are you turning? There we go. Okay. Alright, so I took that out. I thought it looked too much like a blob. We're going to make this the flower and not the base. I do like this brighter gold than the picture. I think it's going to stand out better against that blue. Give it a little more pop. And this will be the gold that goes around the whole rug. And it's got some reds and some grays and some really pretty colors in it. So I think that is going to look well. Alright. Whew. Okay. Yep. I am happy with that gold. I do like it. I do. So, we're going to go with that gold. So I'm going to move over here and do this one real quick. Taking yours Saturday, right?
Huh?
You're taking yours Saturday?
Yeah, I might take it Saturday too, but I think I need to at least start it.
Okay.
Alright, I'm going to post office.
Alright.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess I should take my phone.
Probably.
I have my phone. I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you. Well, he just set off his alarm on his car. And he's not turning it off, so let me just check on him real quick. He says, I have no idea. He has no idea. Hi, pretty. Oh, we're not starting this already, are we? We're not starting this already, are we? Okay, no, come on. Here, let me put your heating blankie up here. Come here. Come up here. Uh-oh, did we get dirty? Hold on, guys. I need to do something for him real quick. on. Dewey. Dewey. Mommy got it. All done. Okay. Mommy had to pick something for him. All done. Okay. Where? Wow, that is way back there. You see birds? Are there birds? Do we need to put a bird feeder on this side of the house? Oh, I'm sorry. I talked to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Come here. Come over here. Whoops. Come on. Right here. Come right here with Mommy. Are there birds? Hi, birds. Hi, birds. Oh, you need treats. Okay, hold on. Mommy get them. Mommy get them. Just a minute. Mommy get them. There you go. Okay. We're having a needy day, apparently. Needy day. Alright, I need to cut more. Tell this is not tight enough on this side because do you see how far it's pulling up when I go to pull the loop? So let me just try to tighten that a little bit. Hey, Binks. No, sir. Difficult today. Can you explain it to me? Hey, come on. Come on, baby. What's going on? Hey, I almost cut you. Okay, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. Hi. Yeah, see, you're dropping the whole thing there. And the problem right now is usually I let you lay on the other end, but we don't have an other end. Cause see, we're going long ways today. We're going long ways today. You'd have to stay right there, and I don't know that you can. Can you stay right there? Can you stay right there? If you stay right there. No, you have to stay right there. Okay, see, no. We can't play with all that. That's the point. Okay. See, this. We have to go this way. Can you do that? I know. You showing them your beautiful blue eyes? You showing them your beautiful blue eyes? Yeah, see, no, 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 we're not doing it. We're not doing it. But let me pick you up and hold you for a minute. Oh, come here. Oh, come here. Last little bit in there. Ta-da! Sound good. All right. Seems my... Okay. Honey, no. Come on, we cannot keep doing this. Come on. No. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, on here I did. What did I did? Let me look at my picture from the other side. Oh, hold on. Can I just tell y'all how much I hate when things log me out? Hold on, sorry, I gotta figure out which one it is they have. Okay, let me call Toy Rodeo real quick and tell him. He doesn't want to go get him because he's right here on our street. Oh, my phone. That's why I had my phone in the first place, right? Was to look at this picture because I did the lighter green here, the lightest green here, the medium green here with the dark green as the little dots and the dividing lines. So let's grab those. This is our medium green here. That's our lightest green. This is our darkest green. There. Lightest green. I'm just digging to see what we have cut. And what pieces we have. Oh. This is all. Oh, and we're not using. Not using this one. This one we said no way. Okay. So, we're using this as our okay, seriously. It's like the black hole over here, people. Like the black hole. Okay. We're going to take this dark green and we're going to go down this line right here because we want it to divide the two leaves. So we're just going to go Really? Are you throwing them all on the ground there, dude? Are you throwing them all on the ground?
I think that's going to be a very pretty rug.
You like it? I think I like this gold better, look, than this. Isn't that prettier?
Yeah.
And see how dark the other one is against the navy?
Yeah.
I think this is going to pop much better.
Okay.
He wouldn't let me cut this because did you see how many times he appeared on my rug?
Were you on the rug?
Talk to Daddy. Tell Daddy. Tell Daddy how many times.
Was you on the rug?
Say, I was making my appearance.
Was you making an appearance?
Say, yep. I was.
Just didn't sniff my shoes to see where I was.
Yep, you've left and you have different smells. Shame on you.
He's not. I know. Sorry.
He'll jump up on the thingy. Okay. So that's that one. That's all we're doing in the dark on that side. Same here. Alright, so now, I'm just going to do the same thing here. It has big circles, but by the time you put all the other around it, there's no reason to try to get big circles. We just want that little dot of, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Ooh. Okay, I don't know if y'all did not watch us playing Diablo 4 yesterday. You missed it. I died several times. Toy Rodeo had to revive me, save me. And my thumb. Apparently you need to do exercises to play video games. Did you know that? You need to do thumb exercises. That's what I've decided. There needs to be a thumb exercise routine that you do when you're using that stupid stick. Because, man, I am wimpy and sore. Just so y'all know. Wimpy and sore. And I died many times. Okay, so I am done with the dark green. We're going to use the medium green here, and we're going to use this light green out here, I think. I've got to find, oh, there it is. I found it. Okay. So, I have the medium green, some medium green cut, so let's go ahead and use it first. So let's just start about right here. Take this green all the way around these two big leaves and then fill in with that. Change the pattern a little bit, so we're just kind of fudging it to here and across here once and then back up the other side. Except I'm almost to the end of this one. This one I'm going to use for inside, so we'll use this one to go back up. And since I'm right at the end of one, I will go up a little bit, put my next tail in, come back, go backwards for a second, and then come back in and go forward again. That just locks that in place so that since this is one that will be on the floor, we just want to make sure we're locking in all of our tails. It's different when it's wall art. I don't care quite as much. Also, we'll use a lot of different types of fabrics when it's wall art. I stay with wool when it's going to be on the floor, or wool yarn. because I don't want a real hard corner here. I'm not pulling up a high loop and cutting it off. We're just going to keep going. And if I don't like something because it's not looking right, you just pull it back out and go again, which is what I just did because it wasn't even. One little thread on the wrong side of one little thread will make your lines look off. So it's really important if you're going down a straight line to make sure you are following those lines. And so because I'm at the end of a tail, I don't want to cut right there. So I'm going to go ahead and work my way in here, even though I'm just about at the end of this strip. I'll bring my tail up right there. And that way my two tails are not together. Now this one was an end, so it was kind of fuzzy. So instead of using it on an outline where I need it to be crisp, I will use it on the inside because it won't matter if it's a little fuzzy. But I want my outline to be really crisp. Weather has changed here again, so my nose is a little sniffly. We were 80s last week, 70s and 80s, we're now 40s. So see, with it being inside, you cannot tell that that's fuzzy. And then I'm not wasting it. And we'll come back in with this a little bit and then we'll cut some more. Oh, thanks, Fancy Pudding. How are you? Yeah, wool's expensive, and you know, although you can go like to thrift stores, and if you can find wool clothing, that is a good way to get wool for rugs. You can take them apart. You can even over dye them a lot of times, and that's really good. All right, so I'm gonna cut some. I have my camera. I set up a camera over here so y'all can see how I cut my wool. This project is turning out well. I am very happy with this one. I have a large oval rug that I'm using a lot of the same color, so they probably are going to be companion pieces. So yeah, I'll throw a picture up of my other one. I have it on here. Hold on. Let's hide this one a second. We'll hide that one and we'll throw this one up. So we're using a lot of the same colors. The greens that are in the border of that one, the blues, all of those are showing up in this rug. So I do rug punch also. This one is rug hooking, but I can do hooking with yarn also. So yeah, these are wool strips, and I do usually dye my own wool. Yarn works the exact same way though. You can take yarn. I was looking to see if I have some yarn sitting around here. So I have some yarn right here, and you can take yarn and do it the exact same way. So you would just go in and pull it. Whoops, I say that. I don't have enough tension. Hold on, let me move it down this way a little bit so I have a little more room. A little more pull. Here we go. So wool works yarn works exactly the same way. You just pull it and keep pulling it. Keep pulling it. So a lot of people hook with yarn, and you would do it just exactly the same. So you're working from your front side. Okay, no. Okay. Come on. No. I got him. He is not happy. It's about the 5th time. So, exactly the same way. And it makes loops. And you don't have to cut them like you would on tufting. So, but I do a lot of needle punch also. In fact, that's my next one, is going to be needle punch. I've got a commission I need to do. Let me see. Do I have any? Let me throw up I have a few, I think, here. So that one is needle punched, my Valentine one. That one's hooked. That one is half and half. And that one is hooked. So, a couple of these are for books. Yeah, he's beautiful, and he thinks every time the ring lights come on, he's supposed to be up here so everybody can see him. The problem is he wants to lay right where I need to be. when I have my frame turned the other way, I can usually get him to lay up at the top, and I can work at the bottom and everybody can still see. But there are times that he, yeah, it doesn't work. And then he's not happy. So, let's see. I have a few of those. Here's the one So this one I punched with yarn. So of course you work from the back. Now, I say I punched it. What I did was I punched most of it. Yeah, they're helpful, aren't they? And I don't like to tell him no. He's very spoiled. This one I mostly punched, but I really wanted to use this plaid wool in the skirt and in the brim of the hat and in the top of the socks. So what I did, because punching is from the back, right? I punched an outline, flipped it over onto the right side, hooked the plaids, and then flipped it back over and worked the rest of it from the back. So that's what I did with that one. And then that is the same way I did my mermaid. I had this really cool fabric I wanted to use. It has an iridescent layer on top of the wool that makes it shiny. And are we in ads? Are you in an ad? Well, I will wait if we're in an ad. I will take a drink.
Welcome.
Okay.
Welcome. You're welcome.
Thanks for the follow. All right. So hopefully you're back from ad. And so this one was half punch. And then the wool has an iridescent layer over it. So I really liked the way that looked. So I punched the outline of all the scales, flipped it over to the right side, hooked all the scales, flipped the whole thing back over, and punched the rest of the mermaid. So I do incorporate both. But you said you do embroidery punch, so you use an ultra punch. Here is one of my ultra punches. I have just a little bit to finish down here on the bottom of this one. And here's one I've started, but I haven't gotten very far on it. So I do the Ultra Punch too. I have tons of DMC floss. I think some of it's still my grandmother's DMC floss that I have. So this is what I use when I do the embroidery punching. So I still use a little punch needle. These you can go really high with the loops. The higher the loop, the more watercolory the effect is, because you lose some of your definition. So I'll try to long story short my rabbit hole into punching and hooking. I knit and crochet, but I knitted, and you finish a project and you end up with this little bit of yarn left, right? And so I would but I wouldn't throw them away, because when you're spending $32 on a skein of yarn, or $28 or whatever it is, I don't want to throw that away. And I kept thinking, oh, I'll do scrap shawls or something with it, but I never did. So in about 2016, 2017, it was 2017. We were living in Ohio. My husband, we decided to go to a fiber festival in Kentucky. And we were walking through, and I happened to see somebody using a punch needle and yarn. And I thought, oh my gosh, that is a perfect way for me to use up scraps of yarn that I've got sitting in a basket. So I bought a little kit and this needle, and went home, got on YouTube, and that started my rabbit hole down punch needling. But as I was then rabbit holing on YouTube, because that's how you rabbit hole, and that's how I taught myself to knit, that's how I taught myself to crochet, that's how I taught myself to punch needle. Then I came across rug hooking, and I was like, okay, that is really cool. I need to try that too. So that is how I started rug hooking. So I started all of that probably in about 2017, and we moved back to Texas to be closer to my mother. And now, because we're not on the East Coast, everybody rabbit holes. My husband will walk in and go, "Are you down a rabbit hole?" Yep, I'm down a rabbit hole. And I love learning something new. What good is it if you're not learning something new? So, even with my knitting, I always wanted to try a new technique, right? And so, the problem was, in the East, rug hooking is coming back. There's a resurgence of it being a pretty decent thing. I got down here and nobody knew. Yeah, see, says you rabbit hole with art. Yeah, and you just keep going down rabbit holes, right? So, when we moved back here, nobody knew what I was doing. Nobody had ever seen this that I knew. Even the ladies I knit with, the ladies I crocheted with, nobody knew what this was. And the closest store to me that even sells wool or patterns or any of that is an hour-and-a-half drive. So I had to just become self-sufficient, learn to dye my own stuff, and make up my own patterns and go from there. So that is the long story of how I started doing this. But there is a great online community. Ribbon Candy Hooking is who I always send everybody to. She has a phenomenal YouTube channel. Um, she has her own website and has lots of patterns and dyes her own yarn and wool. Um, but her YouTube will teach you how to start very inexpensively, lots of technique. I've done, so the mermaid you saw, and where's my other one? The mermaid you saw, and then this one are going to be in her next book, which I have to have these to her by March. And then I did this one, and I don't have it, and this one I sold, so I don't have it anymore, but I did those. And then I do have these rugs, but it's easier to show you the book than the rugs. So I have this one, and then this one, and Deanna David is the one, she's the one that does ribbon candy hooking, and I firmly suggest you follow her on YouTube. She does great teachings. So let me catch back up. Your mom was watching my live and she had never seen it. Yeah? So, right. So the challenge was to rug hook the Van Gogh chair. But every time I kept thinking about it, all I could see it was in an Andy Warhol style. So that's what I did with the Van Gogh chair. When you're a crafty person, you just get into a bunch of stuff. I really don't like wasting anything. So like you, I always look for ways to use the scraps, threads, instead of tossing them. I do the same with glass bottles from drinks, as I also do lamp working. Oh, that's very cool. So you do like the kind of like the Tiffany, the soldering, and all of that with the glass bottles. That is so cool. Yeah, I mean, you know, when you spend the kind of money that we spend, it needs to go several different ways, right? Or at least I try to. It makes me feel better just for myself. You know. Oops. I enjoy it. It gives me something to do. I'm very, I don't sit well without something in my hands. So I do a lot of, kind of that's how I used to cross stitch, but, you know, my eyes, I did counted cross stitch, and I had to quit doing that because, you know, my eyes had started getting tired, and I liked doing, you know, the smaller Adas. So then I found well, I had tried knitting a million times. This is the front of the rug, yeah. So this one's hooking, so I don't work from the back. So I had tried knitting and tried knitting and tried knitting. The Tiffany style. You make figurines, glass beads, marbles. Ooh, cool. Well, that's another rabbit hole, isn't it? Pinterest. I can go down that all day too. There's just not enough hours in the day. So I was trying to learn to knit and I could not do it, and just couldn't. Well, I finally had decided on so what happened was my dad had passed away and my parents had been married 53 years. I was flying down to Texas from Ohio and staying like 6 weeks at a time because my parents had been in the middle of building a brand new house. And so I was coming and staying with my mom and trying to get that done. So one of her friends knew I'd been trying to learn to knit, so she had brought me just some yarn and a little book. And I'd read the book, and that frustrated me, and I couldn't get it. So I went on YouTube. And they didn't have YouTube when I first tried starting to knit. And I was looking, and I couldn't do it. And I kept looking, and I finally found someone, because they force you to hold your yarn in your left hand. I finally came across, hey Jack, thanks for the check-in and the lurk. I appreciate it. I finally came across somebody that was holding their yarn in their right hand. And I went, wait a minute, you can do that? Let me try that. That was it. That was all I needed, was the permission to hold it in my right hand, and I was gone. And that started my journey in knitting. So sometimes it's just about, so I never ever tell anybody you have to do it this way. And I would come across people, even my dentist. There was a girl that said, my mom and I took classes and I couldn't get it, and she could just get it right away and da da da. And I said, I can teach you. She was like, no, I can't do it, and I'm pregnant and I want to make baby blankets and blah blah blah. I said, no, trust me. I'm going to come back on your lunch hour and I will have you knitting. And so I just told her, I said, did they make you hold your yarn in your left hand? And she was like, yes. I said, don't. Use your right hand. And the next time I came back, she's like, look, I made a blanket. I'm like, very good. So it's just about finding what clicks in your brain, right? So it's the same with this. Everybody, you've got your hardcores where you have to do it a certain way. You can only use certain fibers. Now, if you're going to put it on the floor, I suggest you only use wool. It will hold up. It won't be a problem. If you're going to go to this much effort and expense, you need to use wool if you're going to put it on the floor. But if you're going to use it on the wall, then like what I did with the mermaid, where it's got an iridescent layover on it and it's metallic, go for it. If you're not going to walk on it, do what you want. If you're going to walk on it, yeah, there's probably some rules. I mean, it's like knitting, people are afraid of it. There's really only 2 stitches. There's a knit stitch and a purl stitch. It's just how you put them together that gives you all the different looks. But I do try to use every bit of the wool. Now, if I'm not, even if I'm, let's say I'm gonna punch something and I know it's not going on the floor, I'll use acrylic. If you're gonna use it on the floor in a bathroom, then you could use cotton because it will absorb water well. if you want to try hooking cheap, somebody had suggested using fleece, and I thought, I wonder if that will work. So I did. I ordered some different colors of fleece and made a Easter rabbit little rug to hang, and it gives exactly the same look as a regular hooked rug with wool, but it's fleece. You wouldn't want it on the floor, but it gives you that same look for lots less. And of course I had tons of DMC floss, and I love cross stitch, so since I couldn't do that anymore, the Ultra Punch gives you exactly the same look. I mean, it doesn't have the X's, but it's still that same fine DMC floss look without my eyeballs going crazy. There's just so many things to try and do. So I have done tatting. I have lots of my great grandmother's tatted doilies, which I love. I think for me, I think I hold my hook a little too tight. and the shuttle tatting, I've only done a couple of times. And then what I'm gonna try next, so we have a laser printer, and we have a 3D printer. And so I was watching, I was watching Deanna on Ribbon Candy Hooking, and she said something about a process that they did to do the edges of their rugs, because you put a binding around your rugs if you're going to put it on the floor. That's the first needlecraft you started. You really like your great grandma's tatting decorations. We had wanted to learn. I only do needle tatting though, not shuttle. Yeah. I hold it just so tight that it hurt. I think it just hurts my hand after a while. But of course, I'm older, so I'm not old, just older. But so she was talking about this process of weaving, and it's called 18th century. What was it? 18th century. Oh, hootie. Hold on, I'm looking it up. Oh, so it's an 18th century tape loom. And it was literally used to make the bindings that go around the rugs that sit on the floor. So I had my husband make me one with our 3D printer. So that is my next project I'm gonna learn. So it will make pretty little what do I want to say, like a tape binding that I can then put around my rugs, and I can make the colors and everything. So that is my next process that I'm going to teach myself. See, that's the problem when you get around other crafters, right? Same with on Twitch. You start seeing other things and go, ooh, oh, I need to try that. Ooh, I've never heard of that. Ooh, I should try that. Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. I had him make it. I haven't looked up yet how to thanks. Yeah, I haven't looked up how to do it yet, but I sent him the specs, so we'll see how it works out. But it'll be fun. Something new to try. So that will be a project at some point. Maybe that'll be one of my weekend projects. I usually work on rugs Monday through Friday. And then, Thursdays I take off to clean back up all the stuff that I take out during the week and make a mess. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday I work rugs. And then Saturday and Sunday I usually do something different, either finishing up a project that I've done on something else. The last 2 weeks we did needle felting. So maybe the tape loom thing will be a weekend project. Or at least learning about it. Last week we dusted off my Cricut, and I was pleased to know I did not forget how to do it. That was nice. This one's a fuzzy end, and it gets really thin on this end, so we'll start with this one, and then when it gets really thin and just pulls through, we won't be able to use it anymore. But Okay. It's hard when I'm sitting sideways. Alright, let's find this color. Don't have any more sitting up here at the top, I guess, so we need to cut some. So when I have a big piece of wool like this, then I just, oh, this one already has some snips in it. So then we just trim it like that, or pull it, and it will make a cut. Hold on, I'm looking for my, there we go. So we'll cut strips from this. Just need to trim this little piece off first. me, since I'm about 2 hours in, do a couple of shout outs. There we go. Y'all follow those channels if you're not following them. They both do art. Okay, I don't know why my sound alert is running it twice. Okay. And okay, I need to put back up my other picture because I can't remember what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. That's what I thought. Whoops. Okay. You want the bottom to be smooth. You don't want to feel bumps on the bottom like you do on the top, especially if this is going to be on the floor. And so I could feel a couple of bumps, so I pulled those back out, which is why I pull up higher than I need and then bring it back down to make sure I get those bumps taken care of. Okay, so I am going to, remember, go up one, come back, lock my tail because we don't want both our tails together. And I'm going to go ahead and outline this bit of my leaf. What I'm going to do here though is I do want the points on the edges. So when I come to this corner right here, I'm going to pull that up higher and I'm going to leave a little bit of height because when we go to trim it off, then it will leave a nice crisp point right there. And so what you're seeing in the center of the screen on the left is the two on the other end that I've already done. I don't like the gold that is on that end, so I've switched to this brighter gold. We're going to change this out to that same gold. This will be the same gold that comes in here as this border, and then will be carried throughout the edge of this rug, just in case you were just coming in. That's what we're doing. And then when I get to this point over here, we'll do the same thing. We'll lift it up higher. And so we'll cut off our tails first. And then this point, I stick it up straight. And then I just come in and cut, and you'll see how that leaves a really sharp corner when we go to fill in against it. Instead of that rounded edge, you'll have a nice crisp corner. Now see, I would think that you were my husband if which is Toy Rodeo. You'll hear him come in and out of here, and he streams. He's a gamer. With the Awesome Possum, because he's usually Cool Beans or what are your other ones, Toy Rodeo? Cool Beans is your main one. Okay, I know you're right there. What are your other sayings? Cool Beans. Yes, so she said Awesome Possum, and I said, he says Awesome Sauce. Oh, and his Fiddlesticks, that's his other one. Oh, well, that's a Yankee saying, these ones. Totally tubular, she said. They said. Yeah, those are, Cool Beans is his main one. You enjoyed watching me die? Says that she enjoyed watching us. And him having to revive me. What were they thinking, putting it on a harder level? And he wants to do harder next time. How rude. I am not a gamer. Not a gamer. Oh, bud, come on. I love you. I love you so much. I saw Dad petting you. You cannot be needing loving right now. Or you just want to say hi? You just wanting to say hi? You can say hi. There we go. Oh, he heard him. So the kitty's name is Binks. And Binks has his own Instagram account. It's Binks the Bengal Kitty, underscores in between all the words. I don't know why my shout out to him does not work.
He can't be hungry.
But let me see. You know what? Do I have a link to him in my links? Let's look. Why? Let's see. Hold on. Why is that not working? Maybe I didn't copy it. There is his Instagram page. I need to just go ahead and add him to my thingy. I have a shout out to him, or a command, but it doesn't seem to be working. And I don't know why. Oh, he wanted second breakfast. Okay, so we're done with this color for right now. Let's see, do I have one hanging down? I do. So really, he wasn't wanting to love on me. He just wanted me to feed him again. But that is Binks. So I cut those two right there. So we're gonna start here. We're gonna go backwards. We don't want to put a tail right there. And then we'll go this way. Lock that tail in. Appearances by Binks are about as exciting as my channel gets. So, mine's usually a good one to have on in the background if you have to work. Unless you want to talk true crime, and then I can do that all day. This is that one's a little thin, but let's see how much more we can get out of this before we have to get rid of it. A little thin and fuzzy, but let's see what we can do with it. Although my daughter says, because she will keep me on while she's working, she's like, I'll just look over and zone out to you're just moving your little hook. She says, I love to just watch it. Yeah, we're getting to the point this maybe. Are you back? So when it starts getting really thin, I'll pull it up until it catches again, which means it's there's a spot that's a little thicker. But it's getting to where it's too thin, so we did the best we could. We got all we could out of that one. I will tell you though, my thumb is not built for gaming and then doing this, because it is yelling at me today. So what I'm doing underneath is my wool will just hang. So like I can stick it right here and let go, and it'll just hang there. So I'm not really holding it into place. I'm not trying to keep it there. I'm just kind of guiding it. So I keep it kind of in between these two fingers so I know where it is, so I don't lose it. And then as I go down there, I'm finding it and I'm holding it with my thumb just enough to let it pull up, right? And I pull up and then I'll pull it back down. So this thumb is constantly doing this. So it pulls it back. I pull it up, I pull this back down. So I'm constantly using that thumb to grip. And so after that joystick thingy, I'd be in a big baby. I'd be in a big baby. So it is a thing. Alright, so this one we went higher because we're going to do a corner. Now, I try to get as much as I can out. If it pops out, I'm not going to try to force it back down um, to get that last little bit out. But I do try to get as much as possible. Ooh, this is a thin one too. In fact, I'm going to use this as an inside one because it's a little too thin. So let's go back to our cutter over here. Oh, that feels good. I do have. Is that thunder? Or is that the trash people? I can't tell. I know we're supposed to have rain all day. The only reason I'm telling y'all that is because we do lose our electricity for absolutely no reason around here. So if we go down, it's thunder. I Toy Rodeo has it. I will have to get it from him, but I've been putting biofreeze on it to try to help. I really want. Have you seen those? The ones that are like a. You just stick your hand in it and it's got heat and massage and they're warm and you put your hands in it. I told him that's what I need for Mother's Day. After all of the, because I use my hands for everything. I mean, every craft I do, right? And y'all are probably the same way. Every craft we do, our heads are down and we're using our hands. And even if I knit, right, I'm constantly holding my loops. As you're going in, you're manipulating your loops. If I'm crocheting, I do hold my yarn. It's so funny. I hold my yarn in my right hand when I knit, but I can hold my yarn in my left hand when I crochet. So I'm holding my yarn and my tension in my left hand when I crochet. When I punch needle, I'm holding my fabric, right? I'm keeping my fabric braced as I'm punching. And then when I'm hooking, I'm manipulating the wool underneath with my thumb. So I'm just going to have to be on a Diablo 4 hiatus for a few days, I think. one off because y'all know I can't see over the when I'm going that way. I can't see over them. This one got thin on the end too. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and stop that one right there before we get to that turn on the corner. I need to make that point. So let's go ahead and cut this one off. Okay, so now we'll pull this corner up, make that tall, and then we'll come over here. Hold on. All right. We'll get to do some color here in a minute. Well, there's part of my problem. My frame was loose, so it was twisting with me. Just lay there, bud. You just lay over there. Not here, not here, not here, not here. I love you. I love you. Not here. You have to stay over there. Hi. Are we just needy today? Are we just being very needy? Are we just being so needy? Can we scoot our rear end over that way? I got you a toy. I know you heard Daddy get up, didn't you? I know. It's such a rough life. Uh-oh. Who do you hear? He's okay right now because what I'm doing they can still see. Let him sit here for a minute. Except he's tilting my frame. He's heavy and it's all going that way. Did Daddy come to check? Oh! You know what? He just needs some loving. Go sit with him on his stool. Don't bend over. Go sit with him. He'll go jump up on his thing. Come on, bud. Go. Okay, this one is really thin in spots, but not on the ends, so where I can't use it, I'm pulling it up, but then yes, he is a Bengal, which is a half Asian leopard, half domestic cat. So in the U.S., he's not allowed in some states at all, and in some states he has to be 5th generation away from his Asian leopard ancestor. He is only 3 generations, so there are some states that he cannot be in. So now some of them you will see them climbing drapes and hanging from chandeliers and all of that. He is not like that at all. The characteristics that he has of a leopard are absolutely loves water, wants to swim all the time. When we first got him, that was very interesting for me when I would take a bath because he so wanted to be in the tub. And so now he knows he has to wait. And then so when I'm done, I will put water in the tub and he will play in the tub. He is fascinated by water. If you run water in the kitchen sink, he can't stand it. He wants to be up there even though I won't let him on the kitchen counters. I had to we have a Brita, and so when it drips, I had to start putting it in the pantry because he couldn't stand it. He so wanted to watch the water drip in the Brita, and he wanted it. Leopards tend to, leopards tend to sleep in caves. So he'll take naps out in the open. He doesn't sleep well out in the open unless you're right next to him and he knows that he's really safe. Then he's out. I mean, he is gone. You can't wake him up hardly. But at nighttime, he has to be burrowed. And so that was interesting for us because at first he really only slept under the Hey, Leneva. only slept under the bed. Um, I've always had my cats from the time they were weaned, as soon as they could be weaned. So I've always carried them around, and they've always been really affectionate and more like a dog, not a cat. Um, we couldn't get him until he was 4 months because the breeders tend to want to keep them longer to make sure that some of that wildness is out of them, where you can touch their ears and their paws and all that, which I've always done with my cats anyway. Which made it a little harder to bond at first. I don't think I would allow them to do that the next time. I think I would say, no, I can do it myself. But I guess they get some returned because, they're like, they're too wild and all of that. So they tend not to let them go as early. So it took a little longer to bond with him. But he is the most loving thing. It just took a little more work than I've ever had to do with a domestic cat. And he yells. I mean, all of my cats have talked, but he is loud. And he lets you know when he is not happy about something. Or if he can't find me. If I have gone into a room and he didn't see me go, then he will stand in the hallway and scream until I tell him, I'm right here, I'm right here. And he's almost a herder, like the shepherd dogs that herd. That's kind of how he is. But he's fun. And he's actually, what he is called is a snow leopard. And only snow leopards have the blue eyes. And he has this, only very few, well, not very few, but it is rarer for it is a rarer trait to have this glimmer that their coat has. And his has this, it's almost like a glitter to it. I don't know if you can tell it from the camera. Let me see if you can see this. But there is this shine and this glimmer that is on his coat that is just, I mean, his whole coat is this iridescent-y, glittery. It is just beautiful. But he likes to have his photos taken. Him and his little blue eyes. He likes to be in the photo booth for our Etsy. Every time we put up our photo booth to take pictures of our Etsy stuff, he jumps in the photo booth. Yeah, they're beautiful. I have not thought about entering them in anything. I don't have time to do any more than what I already do, so I haven't. Stop it. Toy Rodeo's yelling he's cross-eyed, and he is not cross-eyed. It's just sometimes he might have one that might be a little lazy, but he does have his papers. He is I could enter him, but he's got such a stubborn streak. I don't know how well he would behave. He's definitely not afraid of anybody. Aw, thank you. You might be a little partial. So, Pudding, I've said before, there's not anybody in my house that's not spoiled. Now, my daughter and son-in-law don't live with us anymore, but I mean, anymore. He never lived with us, but um, they're just as spoiled. My husband's spoiled. I'm spoiled. The cat's spoiled. Everybody in my house is spoiled. Now this looks orange on my screen, but it really is a pretty gold. I'll take a picture so we can put it up on the screen once we get these finished and y'all can see. He has his own heating blankets. I always get, things from on Instagram. We'd love for him to model our stuff, blah, blah, blah. But I always think those are scams, so I never answer them. My approach is it's always a scam. Someone would have to really prove it wasn't. That's like, even when people post, even people, I've known my whole life, post something on Facebook. Like today there was one about that Luigi Mangione, that he had committed suicide in prison, and I'm like, okay, why do people never fact check this stuff? They just post what they see. Well, it was from the BBC, but I never ever trust anything. So I went out on the internet to see if there were other stories covering it. Well, come to find out, it's not true, but they found the source, and it was created because it looked so real, and it had the BBC and blah blah blah, and it was coming from supposedly their link and all that. Come to find out, it was done by the new Apple AI that was just released. So it's like, yep, see, I told you. I trust nothing. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be able to end this one right at that corner. I know, it's so scary. And you know those texts that people get that, I mean, it scares them, right? So I just tell my mom, don't click, because she's 82. I'm like, Mom, don't click on anything. If you really are concerned, call me and I will check it out. But don't ever, does not matter, do not react to anything. But they try to scare you, and you know. It's sad that they prey on people like that. And they prey on the ones that already can't afford to lose anything else. Alright, so we're lifting that one up to make a sharp corner. Coming around here. And we'll start filling this one in. Oh, I didn't know that there was such a thing. Huh, I'll have to check it out. Yeah, the one that just cracks me up is the one where my Venmo is being hacked. And I literally will get, it usually happens while I'm streaming, so I have my phone turned to where it doesn't answer the calls I don't know anyway. I will get an email saying that someone's trying to log into my Venmo, and I will get 18 calls in a row with the exact same email the exact same voicemail from 18 different phone numbers. I mean, literally seconds apart, just bam, 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 telling me that someone's trying to get into my Venmo and I need to log in and fix it. And I'm like, hello? Do you think I can't tell that if there's 18 of you, it's probably you? Huh. Text effects. Okay, I will check them out. Thanks. That will be fun. the other thing I can use these thinner ones for that I always save is like these little areas that I still need to fill in, because you can see there's a section I need to do, but it's not a big section, or it looks like I need to put something there, but it's thinner, and so I can come in with these little ones and fill in that area. So I save those for that also. So I'm not cramming something in that's too big to go in that area. And then remember, we'll steam all of this again at the end anyway, so it will relax some of this. Okay, hello. Ticketmaster. Wow. So we're going to go backwards one, lock that in. Oops. And now forward. Okay, I'm going to turn this a little bit so I can get to this corner. Make sure y'all can see. Y'all can see that. So y'all can sing that. leave this for the inside because it's got some thin pieces, so let's cut a little more over here on my cutter. Let's go ahead and cut a few one more pass. And I am going to real quick. This is how fuzzy it gets from cutting all these little strips. Now it's just one little roll of cutting across this wool. But right here, hold on, I'm going to take this off. Get a clean piece. Oh, well, I thought it was. Doesn't want to give me a clean piece. Oh, maybe I was doing the wrong end. Come on. Don't be difficult. Just behave. Oh well. Right here, there is some really dirty stuff on. It just picks up all that fuzz. So before I cut that section, I want to make sure it's clean. Because it was dark. Alright, stop. There we go. Now it's back to its color. We'll stick that back down there. And now we will start back again. And again, go one forward. It's kind of like a line dance. Go forward, one back, and now we're going forward. Every time I say it, I kind of see like a flapper girl in my head. Step forward, go back, then go forward. Now you'll know how my head works. I have very vivid pictures. It can be very imaginative in there. That's how creative people are, right? Oops, I went too far the other way, see? Let's trim those because you know I can't see over my tails. I'm all of, oh, that's got a thin edge. I'm all of 5'1" and my chair is up as high as it will go. Hey, Lady Cricket Bug, thanks for the check-in and the lurk. take this one that's a little thinner and I will use it on the inside right here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to start it down here. Oh, wait, I'm attached. I gotta adjust my chair. So that's just too thin. I think we're gonna have a little spot where we're gonna have to. There we go. All right. Okay. Oh, no, we're not okay. I was like, why does that look lopsided? It's because I need to do this green right here. I stopped too soon. That's why it doesn't look like the other side. This one we're going to pull high so it can become that point. let's finish this up. Put this over here. And then we'll loop right there. Whoa. Alright. Up here. Now that looks a little better. We're not so lopsided, are we? Alright, so right now we are now done with that green. So we'll set that over there. And we're now going to do our little celery color. This may look cream on your screens, but it is actually a very, very pale celery color. And it doesn't look like I have any cut. So we will cut some more. Uh-oh. Hold on. So my cutter has suction cups, and can you see that's starting to swing? It's only holding by that one. So we've gotten a lot of dust under there, buzz from this thing. I'm gonna make a loud noise. Hold on. Got it stuck. This is trash. And it really does help to have it stuck. Otherwise it moves and then you're cutting your fabric crooked. Because this is wiggling while you're trying to feed this through. And it makes your strips wonky. So it is important to have that right. So I'm going to start in the center of these two, of this line, so that we can, actually I'm going to go up one, so that we can have our points on both places. So we're going to have a point here, so I'm going to come up high there, then we're going to come over here, do two, and then we're going to have a point here, and then we're going to come around here, and a point here, and then, whoops, one, two, and a point here, and then I'm going to lock in this other stitch, and then let's fill this out real quick, maybe. Alright, and then let's fill this in. Tail up here in the middle. Alright, so we're going to cut our tail. We're going to cut this point, that point, and that point. And then when we actually fill in, ooh, almost got my finger. around it, that will make a diamond effect. Okay, so I'm going to turn this this way. Get a drink real quick. We'll make a diamond when we're to it. We'll do this one now. Okay, I'm gonna have to go turn up the heat. Hold on just one second. Frame is gone wonky. Whew. Hot chili. Ooh, it's cooling.
Alright, I think that's my final prototype.
Okay. And that yellow?
Well, I mean, I'd do it in the other yellow, but I don't have the other yellow right now, so.
I would take the other one so they can see the color.
Oh, I will. But by doing the little plate, instead of actually doing the letters on the thing in a different color, the time is much less, and it's back down to where this is only like less than $1, the whole thing.
With the rhinestones?
So the bigger one, oh well. So the bigger one won't be near what it was. Put it in there.
Okay.
See what it says.
So we have now our celery color done. So now we can do our burgundy. Oh, I am so cold. The navy is going to be the background of this center section and the very outside border. I'm trying to find all my pieces here because they just make a mess. Okay. Stop. Ugh. Using this pink, right? No, because this is going to be my outline and this is my inside. So this is nada. So that can go bye-bye. Bye-bye. Alright, if people can tell me what that's from. Toy Rodeo and I decided, because we quote movie and TV lines so often, we're going to figure out how to make channel points that, or not how to make channel points, we know how to make channel points. We're going to figure out how to keep up with, if you get the line, you earn certain channel points, and then you can cash them in at some point for prizes. Like, I have wood keychains, right? That's my normal business card. But then we have like these fidget keychains. They all spin, all of it, all 3 pieces. Oh, where are you? Come on. With my fingernails, I can't do it. So all 3 of these spin. And they have my name on them. I have a black one somewhere, but I don't know where it is. Or I have, oh, there it is. You can probably see this one better. So it spin, all 3 pieces spin. And then it has my name, the Create with Candace channel on it. We have some other fidget spinners. We have some fidget spinner rings. Anyway, if y'all guess what I've just quoted or said, like when I just said bye-bye, do you know what that's from? You could win prizes. And see, I did have a piece of celery. I just found it buried underneath all the other. That's the dark. Okay. What a mess I have going. Thank you very much. All right, so these are going to have, they're not going to have hard points on them. So I'm not going to go high on the corners as I go around. I'm just going to let them go. Maybe. Ooh, this one is thick. What is the width of you? And I have a very handy dandy tool that I can tell how. Oh, I know, because you're not. No, really? No. Oh, I know what you are. Okay, you're actually the other purpley. Okay. So this is my handy dandy tool that I can take and I can go, that is definitely not a 3. That's not a 4. It might be a 5. Nope, not a 5. It's definitely a 6. It's not a 7 because I can still see past the 7. It is a 6. Nope. And that way, if I have a bunch that I find, I can measure them and I know. Alright. So we're going to go around this flower. And like I said, we don't want these corners to be harsh. So we're not going to pull up high. I'm just going to go around. And if you have any questions, please ask. I love explaining my process, and I love explaining all about this craft. before we're done with this side of the flowers, we are going to switch out our golds in the center. Alright, let me, oh, that's too little. Let me cut some more. And if you don't have one of these fancy cutters and you want to try, you can just use a rotary cutter if you quilt, or you can just tear it. Wool tears very easily. I always outline first, then I fill in. Oh, this one's really thin. Alright, there's our first one done. Let's move over here to our next one. These are drawn more scallopy, but that is not how they were drawn here, and that's not how they were drawn down on the bottom. So we're just going to keep them the way that we were already doing them in here and keep them consistent, because they don't show up anymore after these. Okay, I'm gonna have to redraw these. That's what I use my blue for. Where did it go? So because everybody draws their rugs in black, I keep a blue Sharpie. That shape. See, I can feel that bump under there. Or Rodeo said he was going to fix it to where you would be able to get that penguin. You're welcome. Whoops. See, I lost the tail, so might as well just pull it out. I'm not going to fight him when it's that tiny. Alright, so now we're just going to go around the celery color first because we outline, and then we'll fill in. See, then when you start filling in and you don't want it to be directional hooking, then you just kind of make your loops go whichever way, and it speeds up a little bit. Okay, we have it in there, so let's go back this way and anchor it. Forward. We'll hold on to this one in case we need it. And let's cut this. I am probably going to have to dye more of this. Let me stretch my neck for a second. Oh. All right. That one's a little fuzzy. This one is a little short. Let's start with these. Thank you. I did not design the rug itself, although I am making quite a few changes. But I am enjoying picking the colors. And that's the point, is it's your rug once you buy it or get it or whatever, and you can take liberties and make it your own. It's really just kind of a jumping off place. I'll be right back. The other thing too is I am not a folks artsy person, and a lot of these rugs are made in a folks art style, so I tend to try to change that up a little bit. I'm going to turn this so we can get to this one over here. I'm going to grab me a drink. Somehow I get farther and farther away from my well, we might as well go ahead and cut some more, right? Now, those were cut this way. I'm going to go a long ways so we're not working so hard, because we're going to be using these all the way around the rug. So I just put a snip in it, and then I just tear it down to the bottom. And that tears a nice straight edge. And we just put that puppy in our little cutter. And you see how when I'm feeding this much, my cutter's not rocking like it was a while ago, so I can keep a straight edge. Now, the only thing about when I tear it like that, this very end one is always very fibrous. It's very fuzzy. Let's see if you can see that. Very, very fuzzy, fuzzy, fuzzy. Come on. Can y'all see how fuzzy that is? So, I use that in the centers. No reason to waste it, but you will always have that first cut is fuzzy. Only problem with that is then I start getting little fuzzies in my eyes. You see, this one's so thin that it doesn't stop when you go to pull it up, so that's too thin. But we can use this little one to finish off right here, because this is all I have to do. And that will be plenty. Ta-da! Perfect. That did exactly what we needed it to. Alright, so now we are done with that color until the border. Okay. So, I'm moving all these colors over onto my keyboard. All right. So, that one's not even cut all the way. These are like a 7 cut, and I need them to be a 6. We're just using it to do this right here, just so we can see a smidgen of a difference in the petals. So all I'm going to do is take that one and put it on my cutter and just run it right along the edge. And so what happens is I get my 6, and then I get this thing that just kind of falls apart over here. It's not thick enough to even hold together, but I do get my 6. It just trims that little bit off so that I can come in here and make these lines. Now that's the trash people. Not thunder. And when I did this last week, I said that my daughter, who taught high school art and has her master's degree in museum studies, was coming over, and she would critique me and tell me if I needed to change anything. And she said no, it was absolutely perfect. So we're not changing anything. Well, except I changed the gold because I wanted to. Yeah, she may come back and say, I told you not to change anything. Why'd you change anything? But whatever, I like it better this way. And she took my bug rug that I made. She was like, I want this. I said, okay, take it. I don't know if everybody saw my bug rug. Let's see if I have it still on here. hold on. Did I not move it over? You? Okay, well, there you go. I have it on my phone. Let's see. You won't be able to see it as well. But I do need to put it in my completed rugs. Let's see. Alright, so let's see. Can you see my Morgan the fruit fly? Oh, come back. My child took that rug from me. But I do need to send that to myself to put it in my in my completeds. You know what? Give me just 1 second. Okay, I choked myself and nobody needed to hear that. Alright, so now back to our regularly scheduled, whatever we're doing. So we did that. We'll use that more when we get to the edge. If you haven't seen my edge, I colored it. So we're going to take this purpley, and that's what these will be. Really are purple. I tried going burgundy, but they really are purple. And then I'm going to pull. So this is going to be this navy, this background in the center. Then we're going to take this little border here, and it is going to be this gold. Then I think we're going to leave this background. We're going to bring back in this celery that is this background here, and that's what that'll be. And then we're going to do the purple here for these. We're going to use this gold as the scallop along the whole thing. This medium green for here, along with the dark green like we did here. And then we're going to alternate this blue. We're going to pull this blue in out here, and this pink that we're doing to out here. And then I played with the 3 colors of greens. I mean the two colors of greens out here, but I think I want to take this blue and move it out to the very, very edge. So, you like that, Suz? Okay, good. So yeah, I think that is where we're gonna go with this. So I think I think I have it color planned out now. And I dyed this so it's got some lights and some darks. So as we loop it, you'll get some movement in there from the lights and darks on that. So let's do our pink here. And this isn't really supposed to stand out. It's just supposed to be enough when you're looking down at it that you can tell that there is actually different petals. It's not all one thing. But on these, I do want those high points. I mean, I want those really sharp points. So I pull these loops really high so that when we go to cut them, okay, I may have to take another drink. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this in here so that my tail is not there at my loop. And then, same thing. I'm going to come in here. And I'm going to come up to my point, right? And I'm going to pull my point up, and then I'm going to come back down in here. Let's just go ahead and fill this center section in. Usually I will outline it, but since I had these tails, I don't want to deal with that in the center. So we'll just go ahead . Hold on. Alright, I'm going to go ahead. Cut those. So you don't really see the difference. Let me zoom in. Where's my zooming? Let's see if you can see. My eyes are so tired. I don't know if you can really tell there's two different colors. You can when you're looking at it. I can tell from here. It just literally gives you enough definition. So we're going to start this one here. And then we'll go here. We'll go up here. And then we'll come back down. as well fill in while we're right here. Ooh, what happened to you? Okay, you know what? I'm going to go high on this one and cut it. Cut our there. And we're going to cut our corner. And I'm going to come in from this end. We'll start over here. Come back this way. This way. And this way. And that will take care of that. Okay. So we've got those little buds on that one done. this again. Ah! So that we can work on this one without being too cockeyed. And remember, I'm going to come here and go up. Now this is normally how I would do it because I have a longer piece. I'm not going to run out right here. So I would outline the whole thing first and then come back in and fill in. Come up here. Oops. Pull. And start filling in until we run out of this piece. Ooh, hold on. I am live 6 days a week. I do change up my schedule a little bit on some Fridays, and if I have to do something for my mother. So if you want to follow, so you get notifications, that's great. I am working on my follower goal, but I don't usually say anything. And I do try to keep my schedule up to date. I do post on my Instagram and on my Facebook page, usually what I'm working on that day and when I'm going live. So that's another way to keep up. Alright, so now I just have a few leaves to do. And I think those are in the dark, but let me look at my picture. Yes. No. They are in the medium. Okay. So they are in the same as this. So, all right, medium. You go you, and you're dark, and you're celery. All right, well then, I need to get more of you out. Okay. And my thing always gets stuck on my rings. Okay. This one's fuzzy. let's turn this back this way. And you can't see. Why can't you see? Oh, because we're zoomed in. Hold on. We're zooming in out. did you come from? We will have 4 more leaves after this. We'll have this end done. Well, I haven't decided what to do about these jewel thingies. I'll think on that today. I think I may do, I don't know, maybe some kind of ruby and sapphire. Kind of stay with, since I've got pinks and pinks and blues, maybe a really pretty ruby. Maybe an opal. Maybe a really pretty white, pearlescent white. Especially since this is not white and this is round. I don't have that figured out yet. I don't have that figured out. I do not. Excuse me. I've got to find a better way to sit in my chair, though. Y'all should see me. I'm leaning like completely sideways, which is no bueno. Okay, I am gonna have to cut one more set. right, we have our leaves done. We can throw all of that with that. I have some gold back here, right? All right, real quick, let's pull this out. Alright, we're going to set that aside. Now, let's take this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to swing this all the way around. So this is down at the bottom. And let's go in under here. Come on. Yep, I think that looks better and brighter, not so dingy. And you've been throwing all the pieces on here. See all that flying off of there? Whew, I'm gonna start sneezing. There's so much fuzz coming off of there. Whew. I mean, look, won't even pick up anymore. That's not even sticky. But I think that looks so much better. Now, hold on, because are we on the, we're not on the bright one, are we? Yeah, no. That's much brighter. That's washed out. Go back. Go back. Okay, I will take a picture so y'all can see the real colors, and I'll post it. And then tomorrow we'll figure out what we're going to do on these jewels, and then we'll start the navy on the background of this. We'll need to, on the other end, change our golds and get those to the right golds. And then this will all be navy. Then this all the way around will be gold. And then we'll be on our border. So that's where we'll start tomorrow. And our regular time is 9:30. If I get around early enough, we may start earlier. So have your notifications on. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow at 9:30. Thanks for hanging out with me. And if you are in Toy Rodeo stream later, I will talk to you there. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow. Thanks. Bye.